morning, I'm Paul Hand, and a very warm welcome, tennis fans, to day 2 of the ITF's annual flagship Junior Billie Jean King Cup by Gainsbridge Finals. Our stunning venue for the week, the Megastri Tennis Academy in Antalya. This event hosted by the Turkish Federation for the 3rd time.
Any questions about that? No? Okay, this is hat. Hat. Hat.
Okay, this morning we turn our attention immediately to the girls round robin group 1. We're on centre court. 2008 finalists Team GBR, Great Britain, faced host nation Turkey. Hannah Klugmann, as the British number 2, takes on Nehir Dogan of Turkey. Straight into the action here on day 2. Day 1 was slightly delayed by a little bit of rain falling. Not so on day 2. It's absolutely beautiful weather. As we take a look at the British number 2, Hannah Klugmann of Great Britain, world ranked 13th in her combined ranking at the moment. Has been as high as 6 in the world in the junior rankings back in March of this year. She's got a 67% win rate. She's won 18 matches this year, lost just 9. And on clay, she's 5 wins at the expense of 3 losses this season. Her opponent, the Turkish number 3, Nehir Dogan, 16 years of age, world number 519, has been did break into the top 500 in August, where she reached a career high of 466 in the rankings, and she's a win rate of 56% in girls singles this year. Yet to win a title. She's won 15 matches, won 19 matches, lost just 15 here. She does have 6 junior doubles titles to her credit. Kate O'Brien, the British captain, is a former world number 84 on the women's tour back in February 2010. 38 years of age now, Katie, former British number 1. Wimbledon member, and just a lovely girl to work with in commentary. I've done a few wheelchair events with her, and she's a fine player herself. Very, very good. So she'll be giving plenty of advice this week in this clash. And on court 3 yesterday, Turkey lost 1-2 to Brazil in a deciding match tiebreak in the girls' doubles after an hour and 20 minutes. They just got picked to the post, having split the singles matches, in which Nehir, in your picture, didn't play in singles, but she did play in that very close doubles where they narrowly lost out, having gone the distance. So they'll have come into today with a little bit of a wounding feeling, as I say, split both singles matches. But rested today is Mira Dogma. She is not playing, having lost her singles yesterday, 6-2, 6-1 in an hour and 21 minutes on court 3 against the Brazilian Petra Rivoli. As we take a look at Merv Gultikinda Sadi, the captain of Turkey. Just sent me the last few messages by the looks of things, and then she'll her focus very much on the job at hand. Hopefully they're not too downbeat after that loss yesterday to the Brazilians. But by contrast, Team GB will be upbeat and very, very positive, having downed Chile by 3-0. Clean sweep for the Brits yesterday over the Chileans. Number 2, Hannah Klugmann, of course, very high-profile player, the youngest of 4 sisters, was brought up in SW19 in Wimbledon, and learned tennis at the West Side Club near on top of the hill, preceding the descent to Wimbledon Village. Well, we're still in the warm-up, folks. Hannah Klugmann just wanted to hit a few returns and just feel how it feels against the Nihir Dogan serve. She's got the uplift today, the Turkey number 2. To be playing singles and most likely the doubles as well, having played so well yesterday against Brazil. So Great Britain and Brazil topping the group so far. Chile and Turkey seeking their first win. So these are huge moments for both teams. Now here, just warming up her serve in your picture with a very good rate in doubles win rate, 65% win rate in doubles as well, 17 wins, just 9 losses there, though yet to win on clay this year. She's 0-3 in doubles on the clay, but she does have 6 junior doubles titles to her name. Hannah Klugmann just massively decorated as the world number 13. Big expectation on her shoulders, and over the course of her career, which is of course fledgling because she's just a 15-year-old, she's won 88 career matches in junior events, has Hannah, at the expense of just 29 losses. She's won over double the tally of her opponent in red and white today. But you never know. That's the joy of sport, isn't it? The unpredictability of it. You never quite know what you're going to get. So following this one, we're going to have Stojsavljevic of Great Britain as the British number 1 to take on Kumru of Turkey as well. And then there'll be doubles as well. Either way, the doubles will be played because, of course, all the points count at the end of play on Wednesday when everything will be tallied up. Well, this will have all been discussed over dinner yesterday, you'd imagine. Tactics and what have you, but of course the order of play doesn't come out clearly until the 30 minutes before. I say order of play, the order of play does long before, but the nominations, player nominations, you never really know who you're going to be playing against until 30 minutes before play. So, yeah, quick natter, I'm sure, well before these youngsters went on court to see how they're going to fare tactically against each other. It's a first meeting between these two, no head-to-head previous. Nihir Dogan, just a few months older at 16 years of age against the 15-year-old Hannah Klugmann of Great Britain. It's going to be the Turkish player to get this tie underway. Each tie, of course, is a best of 3 encounter, 2 singles followed by doubles, possibly to decide the tie. Race to 2 wins the tie. Wonderful point from Hannah Klugmann, opening the court nicely there, and a firm forehand put away to secure it. The court looks just a little damp. It's obviously been recently watered and sprayed, and of course that'll make the balls feel just that little bit heavier as we start this one. But of course a nice watering before we start is a good idea on a day when the temperatures are due to spike up to a generous 23 degrees today, 21 at the moment. Wonderful serve there, wide from the Turk. Yeah, it's a beautiful playing day today. Relatively windless, just 2 kilometers per hour, so idyllic playing conditions, frankly. But can Turkey rise from that deflating, narrow loss yesterday to Brazil, 1-2? just over pressing a little. Here's Nihir Dogan. Well, we mentioned that it's a race to 2 wins to win the tie. Each match within the tie will be decided by the best of 3 tie-break sets. Doubles will have a sudden death at deuce, deciding point. And the 3rd set in doubles will be a match tie-break, but not in singles. 3 long sets. And importantly, the no-let rule is in play as well. So if the ball hits the net, it's got to be played off the serve. Well, first little blemish against Nihir Dogan's serve. And with that, it brings up the first break point of the tie, favouring Hannah Klugmann. It's a very confident start from the British athlete. Hannah Klugmann gets the early lift in this opening singles. It's a low 5 from Katie O'Brien after this clunky forehand cross court to get it done. Wonderful movement from the British number 2. I love she leads. So there'll be nerves for both teams at the start of this tie, without a doubt. Whenever you step onto the court, of course, there's so much expectation on your shoulders, isn't there? Not just playing for yourself, you're playing for your nation. The British team come in as the heavy favourites as they square off with Turkey in this tie. Yet to concede a set yesterday with that clean sweep over Chile. Really are looking for another statement win today to stamp their authority on Group 1. The big one, it seems, will be the clash with Brazil tomorrow. The strong European challengers with the early break of serve here. Can Hannah Klugmann consolidate and hold on? Super play, opening the court nicely again. Most of the damage done with that heavy forehand from Hannah Klugmann, who is very dynamic in her movement. There's a lot of rotation through the clay court, isn't there, with the way that she's ball striking, firing the shoulders against the hips. Her first tennis coach was Alison Taylor, wife of former Wimbledon semi-finalist Roger Taylor. And she began training at the age of 9 under Ben Harron. High school to complete her GCSEs, however, switched after that to online learning. She's been spending quite a lot of time in Reed's Tennis School in Cobham, to the tutelage of Ben Harron. It's very bossy, intentful play from Hannah Klugmann right now. Yeah, here, Duggan right up against it, scrapping with all her might to try and engineer a possible break back here. Klugmann looking dictatorial. She was the first British girl to conquer the under-14 Orange Bowl in 2023. And in April of the same year, she defeated Mika Stojsavljevic to win the LTA Junior National Championships under-16 girls singles at Roehampton, the LTA National Tennis Centre. And that in itself a really big coup for Klugmann, as Nahir unleashes a big forehand of her own there. There was plenty of pop on that one. The gloves are off early in this encounter. Three junior singles titles to her name. She won in Plantation in the States, a clay event last year. Aldershot in the UK and Hampshire as well. Super aggressive from Nahir Duggan. She comes right onto this now, swinging freely. And from nowhere, just when we thought Hannah Klugmann had a little bit of a slight stranglehold over this encounter, real big fight back from the Turk. Just outside the top 500 at the moment, 519 in the world. She's got a break back point here. Just over pressing a little there, Nahir Duggan on that forehand. And Klugmann managing to claw the game back to juice. Really important moments these. Trying to establish authority early in this encounter, both of them. Three of Hannah's 5 junior singles titles have come in the UK, 2 at Loughborough, 2022. But she's also got 3 junior doubles titles as well, so she'll be looking to lean on all of that experience. Will Hannah Klugmann right now as she faces a second break point. First ITF junior title at the age of 13, becoming the youngest British player ever to win a J3 event or above. Again, gets the cheap point from the serve, and that'll be very, very welcome. This is a nervy second game for both fighting very, very hard here to get some traction from Turkey perspective. Hannah Klugmann reached the quarterfinals of the US Open in singles last year. 3rd round of Wimbledon as well, and 3rd round of the Australian Open this year. But with that, you can't help but think there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of upside to a singles level at majors. That was a wonderful change-up. Really aggressive approach into the backhand of Nihir. And then a lovely, firm backhand volley put away. Look at the way she stamps all over that. That was just really, really gallant, wasn't it? So technically adept. Good use of the opposite arm for balance. So she holds on, does Hannah Klugmann, to that slim advantage and pushes out to a 2-love lead, showing us a court game. How will Nihir Dogan respond? That's unlucky, isn't it? From a Turkey perspective, having had a couple of break points in that return game. Wonderful. There's been glimpses of that fiery forehand. She's pretty versatile off of that wing. Spread the court nicely with the wide serve and then finding the space here. Vicious strike off the outside foot there. Well, there's been a double fault in each of these 3 games so far, just an indication that there are obviously some nerves bubbling up. The early stages of this one, both still yet to fully settle, but hitting the ball well, nonetheless, particularly off the floor. Good energy from the Turkey team. You could do with a win here, though it's going to be a tough ask given the gulf in ranking between these two players. 519 in your picture against Hannah Klugmann, who's 13 in the world. It's going to be a tough ask. Over 500 spots between them. Now, this is clever. Look, Hannah Klugmann changing her return position. Well, it was a positive miss, wasn't it? Very intentful, throwing her body through the ball nicely, plenty of rotation. Great deep return. That one only just missed. A piercing backhand from the Turkish athlete, Nihir Dogan gets on the board with a convincing service hold. But it is Hannah Klugmann who just grabs her blue towel and heads around the net to be greeted by Katie O'Brien with a slender 2-1 advantage. First set. Both players showcasing their skills and national pride then at this gorgeous MTA Megastrai Tennis Academy. Total of 22 courts, 18 clay courts, 4 hard courts. It's the largest tennis centre in the region, the MGA. It's a warm-up area, referees' rooms, tournament offices, free shuttle service to the Megastrai Hotel Bellic, where I think the majority of the players are staying. There's a tennis shop, stringing facilities, a big stringing den. All you can need. It's such a wonderful big venue. Needs to be for a size event like this. It's a clever return, wasn't it, from here, Duggan? Just hooping it up high and teasing out error from Klugmann, who wants to pull away and ideally leave her opponent as a speck in a rear view mirror. There's that uber aggressive forehand again from Nihir Duggan. What a strike that was. Opening the court nicely with the deep backhand prior and then unleashing the fury on another forehand. Another half chance here to get back on terms for Turkey. Good leave by Klugmann, backing her original judgment. Yeah, Great Britain coming in as heady favourites for this one, with two players inside the top 20 of the rankings. Two top 15 players, I should say. Klugmann at 13. That's a good kicking serve there, much needed from British fans' perspective. That one really did jump, hence player just scuffing out little clay. Players often do that because they psychologically feel that the clay tends to pool together, so they want to sort of flatten it out a little bit. Early days, of course, the court is relatively unscarred. Starting to dry out a little as well, isn't it, as the sun gets higher in the sky. Nihir Duggan proving very, very dangerous, particularly off the forehand wing. Hitting the ball with such authority right now. Hannah Klugmann, who is grappling with her service game here. It's another break point for the Turk. Nihir Duggan roars back and brings parity to the scoreboard again. Squares us at 2 games all first set. This is a very competitive opening singles. Good response from the Turks, having narrowly lost 1-2 to Brazil last night in a lengthy encounter, and they have really come out fighting hard. Klugmann with a rethink here. It's a head-scratching moment for her. She's going to have to lean on all of her experience. Oh, yeah, she knew she had to close the volley down quickly because the space was also shrinking pretty fast here with the good British athlete closing down the space. So she just over pushed it here. So easy to do. Technically, it was beautifully executed. Just missing the mark of the baseline. Good all-court tennis from Klugmann. And another good length return from Klugmann as well. Always a tough match when you've never seen or played against today's opponent. So both be aware, a familiar face around the tour, but it's always tricky. Because you're just kind of going in a little bit blind tactically of what you're going to do. So you've got to trust your patterns of play. And Hannah Klugmann seems to have plenty of self-trust here. 3 more break back points for the British player. Well, the 15-year-old world number 13 breaks the Turkish serve again. That'll feel really good for her. There's been plenty of breaks in this one, but it's Klugmann who leads the way with a slender advantage, 3 games to 2. Well, the finals, of course, are the culmination of a season-long competition which sees nations navigate qualifying events across 5 regions just to get here. And of course, this is day 2 of 3 days of round-robin action on this lovely sun-kissed scene. 16 teams split into 4 groups. Top 2 nations from each group advancing to the knockout stage. Quarters, semis and finals take place on Friday to Sunday, following a scheduled day off on Thursday. So that'll be welcome after 3 days of tough round-robin action. These guys will have earned a good old rest on Thursday. So Hannah Klugmann here, looking that little bit more relaxed, but still pretty intense and focused. She has a slender lead of 3-2 in this first set. Now, can she do something she's been unable to so far and consolidate on serve and put a little bit more daylight between herself and her tough Turkish opponent? Over 500 world ranking spots between them, which puts a lot of expectation on the shoulders of the Brit. Good length off the backhand from Nahir Dogan. She's a tenacious competitor, which is great to see. This is a huge opportunity for her, having been picked for singles today, which she wasn't yesterday against Brazil. An opportunity to shine. Oh, lovely change up as well. What nice soft hands on arrival there from Nahir Duggan.
0-30. Lap 30.
Drop shot just a little bit heavy from Klugmann. And he got the treatment, nicely picked off. This was good on the slide as well. Great racket head control. So again, Duggan proving a handful. Another return game. Wonderful play from Hannah Klugmann. Cheap points very hard to come by out here
15-20.
due to the scrambling nature of the defensive prowess of Nahir Duggan, who just keeps making that extra ball.
Box.
That's really well taken. Keeping her foot to the floor there, Klugmann.
30 on.
Good neutralising from Duggan. But that one just too firmly struck from the British athlete, who's staring into the sun at the tougher of the two ends to serve at. High-octane tennis on centre court here from the Galatasaray Tennis Club in Antalya.
Quelques tours. 40-30.
Strong-minded stuff from Klugmann. Now, can she push on here? Sensibly takes her time, steps off stage momentarily for the towel. First serve required in an ideal world against this really tough Turk. That'll do nicely from Klugmann's perspective. It's her first hold of serve in a while, and that'll feel very, very good as she creates a little bit of breathing room between herself and her tough Turkish opponent. She pushes out to a 4-2 lead in this opening set. Momentum very much with the Brit right now. What kind of response will we see from Nahir Duggan here? 2-4. Well, that smacked a little bit of desperation, didn't it? A little bit of a wild slap, which we haven't really seen from her. She's been very contained and positive so far, happy to grind out rallies and tease error out of Klugmann. Now can Klugmann push on with the mini break? Might it all come tumbling down? it's a busy day at the Galatasaray Tennis Academy. Just endless tennis abounding across so many courts as far as the eye can see. Another error creeps out from Nihir Dogan.
15-40.
And suddenly Hannah Klugmann looking even more dangerous. 2 more break points. Klugmann with a firm low backhand, teasing out error from the Turkish backhand volley. And it is Klugmann who
It's 5 games.
pushes out to a heady 5-2 lead in this opening set. How well has she played that? Really good hustle from the British athlete. And the cushion now of 3 games on her side of the scoreboard.
Time.
Well, just to keep you viewers abreast of what's happening elsewhere in Group 1, we mentioned Brazil with the win yesterday over Turkey, and Chile with the loss to Great Britain. Well, Brazil in their opening singles have a 5-2 40-love lead over Chile in their opening singles. Pietra Rivoli in control against Agustina of Chile in that first singles of the day. So Brazil looking good, as are Great Britain here. Can Klugmann secure the opening set now, serving with a 5-2 lead?
Out. On my first, 15 love.
It's been a mature performance so far from Hannah Klugmann. World number 13 in the box seat here. Had to work hard for it though. As with most clay court performances, not a lot has come easy today.
13 love.
Cheap points are rarity. They're starting to occur now because there's scoreboard pressure on the shoulders of this young lady, Nihir Dogan in red.
Wat is on me? 38-15.
Wonderful return. Oh, how good is that? A beautiful laser-like backhand down the line from Nihir Dogan.
Lotus. 30 off.
Take a look at this. Absolutely ripped it right out the middle of the string bed. Vicious racket head speed. So a half chance here to stay in this opening set for Turkey. Plenty of first serves landed from Hannah Klugmann.
40, 30.
Just what the doctor ordered. And now, after 38 minutes out here on centre court, she's earned herself a set point opportunity. Relentless pressure from Hannah Klugmann. The first set in her pocket. Upping her level nicely and accelerating away from an opponent ranked just 500 spots below her in the rankings. The world number 13 from Great Britain is halfway home in this first match of the tie. 6 games to 2. Just enjoying some of the highlights of that opening set. Did very, very well, Hannah Klugmann, to keep her Turkish opponent at arm's length as the court gets dragged ready for the second set. Do such a good job, the ground crew, dragging the court, sweeping the lines, and of course dousing it a little if needed with the sprinkler. David will get it right now because it's still a nice deep terracotta color. The captains, particularly the Turkey captain, just do such a good job, don't they, marshalling their teams through that minefield of a draw sheet. Such a tough group this, with Brazil and Chile in, as well as Turkey and Great Britain. Hannah Klugmann just asking who is serving next, or maybe they're just missing a ball. Yeah, ball change she's talking about. Well, if you are just joining us here on Centre Court, thanks for your company. It's the second day of action, round-robin stages at this terracotta Turkish treat, international junior tennis on an industrial scale. Second set just to start. Great Britain is set to the good in this opener. Now, how will Nihir Dogan respond here? Having lost that opening set, it was a tight start, but then the British athlete got away and went on a little bit of a sprint, to be fair. Errors starting to creep into the game of Nihir Dogan.
Love 30.
I think she's grappling inside her head to see a way through, and a sort of visual image seems to be a little distorted about tactically what to do out here. She's just had a chat with her coach courtside, obviously at end of set. She's going to have to be very, very patient against a sharp performance so far from the world number 13.
Super quick. Love 40.
Suddenly, the body language looking a little downbeat from Nihir. Wonderful play, really gutsy, stealthy little move to the net there. Great execution on arrival. Look how subtle this was. Took all the pace out of that forehand volley. Hit into the space nicely.
Wait, Peter. İkinci setini koyun. First game, second set.
Anna Klugmann gets the early lift in set 2. Grabs her towel. And we'll head around the umpire's chair. Lovely weather day here. There's a little bit of gentle breeze, as you can see at the top of your picture, and on the parasols that are being used for all the right reasons. Now, what about this young 16-year-old Turk, Nihir Dogan? Can she get her teeth in early to this second set? Oh yes, a carefully crafted point from Klugmann, who is starting to look every bit the high quality player that her ranking suggests.
Out. Out. 15, 15. 50 long.
Five more days of live action to savour and look forward to in this tennis treat. Klugmann off to the perfect start, securing the opener 6-2.
Commercial 58, 30.
We mentioned it's a busy day at the Tennis Academy. 14 match courts bustling with junior competition. Somehow momentum's tough to hold on a clay court. It can easily get away from you due to the sort of slower nature of the surface. Yeah, you can see how the backhand slice there just slid off the court a little bit quicker because it is now drying out, courtesy of the warm conditions. 21 degrees, 22 degrees now locally. Mercury rising to 23 today. Now then, more breakpoint opportunity for the ever dangerous Nihir Dogan. Can she take advantage here? All out aggression from Nihir Dogan. She draws level early stages of set 2. She did that in the opening set. She's pegged herself back nicely to 1-1 here with a fine off forehand drive volley winner. Look at that, uncoiling the shoulders against the hips really quickly there. What a fine player she is. And that'll be a real shot in the arm for Team Turkey, that's for sure. First tie of the day, first match of the day. Next up, we'll have Mika Stojsavljevic against Ada Kumru as the number ones go toe-to-toe. Less disparity in ranking gulf between the two. Kumru ranked 76 in the world. Stojsavljevic, world number 7, off a career high, the British number 1. Has 3 sisters. One of them is a very good hockey international. But all of them have played in the past. Former tournament players for Hannah. So she'll have the support of the gang back home, no doubt. Super play from the British number 2. Yeah, the umpire saw space, as has the British player as well. Yeah, it has been called wide. It was a really brave overrule, I thought, immediately, but very eagle-eyed, today's chair umpire. Anna Klugmann, there's been a lot of narrative around her, hasn't there, as the by making history, becoming that first British girl to win the prestigious Orange Bowl last year. With that, of course, comes contracts and sort of the weight of expectation. Will it transcend into a rich and generous, fruitful senior career? Only time will tell. Let's hope so. Again, a good, deep, forcing return of serve. And the British number 2 breaks serve again. Again, it's the familiar ritual of picking up the towel on the way to the chair. And it's Hannah Klugmann leading the way out here. 6-2, 2-1. Players happy to get to their benches and under the brollies on this warm day too. "60 seconds of solace and hydration to get the body temperature down." Can Hannah Klugmann hold on to her advantage here? Media spotlight burning down so bright on these young 15, 16-year-olds, so good for their development. Perfect stepping stone for juniors wanting to get a feel for pro tennis. This while the competition is sort of undoubtedly the focal point for the week, Junior Davis Cup and Junior Billie Jean King Cup are about more than just winning tennis matches. It gives these young players a taste for that sort of rare experience in an individual lonely sport such as tennis, being part of a team, which of course is so uplifting and so fresh really when you're used to traveling around kind of with your coach most of the time, or sometimes solo tournaments. It's a wonderful wide serve. She's just got more, doesn't she, the world number 13, in most areas of her game. She is power laden and efficient right now. She's still chasing the scoreline in this service game. Got a good return. Here, Duggan. Most of the time, that's why priority number 1 for Hannah Klugmann right now is first serves. off balance there.
40.
Hannah Klugmann. Now, another big point opportunity here for Turkey. Oh, what a rocket that was from Klugmann. A ripper of an ace, wide, right onto the concrete line.
Teşekkürler. Thank you.
Back to the calm of Deuce on the scoreboard. A timely ace.
Avantaj. Great battle.
She's managed herself very, very well as the 15-year-old from Wimbledon. Oh, there's nothing you can do about that. That was a piercing forehand winner down the line from Nihir Dogan. There's been sprinklings of brilliance from Nihir, but nothing quite sustained enough. She's got a little bit of taping on her left arm. Hopefully not impeding her too much. But a little half chance again here for the world number 519. Such a big opportunity today. First singles opportunity of the tournament. Oh, and a double fault from Hannah Klugmann. Very uncharacteristic that. Having landed a timely ace on a previous break point, she suddenly just lapsed in concentration a little, and it's a break point opportunity again for Turkey here. An angry forehand smashed away, but a couple of double faults there, and that really is quite a significant lapse for Hannah Klugmann as she hands a lifeline to Nihir Dogan, who trims the deficit on the scoreboard and locks in at 2 games all, exactly a mirror image of what we saw in the opening set, which is about when Hannah Klugmann pulled away. Good offensive play from the Turk. Of course, the Turkish team will want to get something on the board which might make a significant difference come the end of play tomorrow on Wednesday when the numbers are totted up. Teams ranked 1 to 4 in their respective groups, moving on to the straight knockout draws if they become the top 2 in the group. Good forcing forehand from Klugmann. Oopsie. I think she thought it was a more permanent sort of advertising hoarding, but that one collapsed pretty keenly on her. It won't be sitting on that again, that's for sure. Good that she can see the funny side of things. It's this hard-fought contest. Well, Nahir Dogan is enjoying the incoming pace, seemingly, and she's just waiting her turn, and then from nowhere, suddenly, another explosive forehand winner here. Look at this. Klugmann just wanting to push hard to get out to it, but the court gave way underneath her a little bit here. That's the forward. It's a little bit sort of damp at the back of the court. They did have quite a bit of rain before play started yesterday. So 2 game points for Turkey here. So Nahir Dogan holds on to her serve and breaks to the front for the first time in the second set. It's Nahir Dogan and Turkey that lead the way 3 games to 2. Perhaps a turning in the tide. Hannah Klugmann evidently unhappy with the state of the court at the very back, and the grounds crew will be called in to consult with the chair umpire, no doubt, just see if there's anything that can be done. It just seems a little bit sort of soft and squidgy at the back of the court. That's the issue, but it's way behind the baseline, not really interfering with the playing surface. Anyhow, elsewhere out on court 7, the other 2 teams in Group 1, Brazil and Chile, are going toe-to-toe, squaring off on this lovely day 2. And I can tell you that Pietra Rivoli is a set and 5 love up, just a game away from victory over Soto Augustina of Chile. So Brazil looking good in that opening tie after an hour and 5 minutes out there on 7. Plenty of other action around. 14 live match courts ongoing as we speak at this glorious Galatasaray Tennis Academy in Antalya, Turkey. It's the Turkish Riviera, absolutely beautiful. And the scoreboard looking beautiful right now for Nahir Dogan, who leads the way in the second set by 3 games to 2. Now, can she hold on to this heady little micro advantage, or will Klugmann have something to say about it? Just about to serve at the more difficult of the 2 ends, with the ball toss lining up with the dazzling sun. 2-3. Just a little glimpse there of Holly Smart, the British number 3, world number 257, and Mika Stojsavljevic, the British number 1, who'll be on next, playing off a career-high ranking of 7th in the world. They're taking shade under the flag, very patriotic. Difficult for the number 1 that follows this match, because you want to know what the score is, but you don't want to get too emotionally involved. Oh yes, well dispatched. That's a great point from Hannah Klugmann, who seems absolutely uber aggressive right now, just keen to get back on terms, having let back-to-back games go the way of her Turkish opponent. Credits some brilliant tennis from this young lady, Nahir Dogan. Yeah, it's a difficult dynamic when you're playing in these team events because, of course, it is very draining emotionally. You're sort of so keenly supporting your other team members. It can have a fatiguing effect on you by the time you take to the court as the week drags on, not so much in the first couple of days. It's a sort of compounding fatigue, all the emotionality, the ups and downs. You're riding it with your team members. That's kind of how it rolls, and that's your expected role as a fellow team player as well. So for Stojsavljevic, she needs to find a way of keeping low key and reserving her energies, as does Holly Smart, who might well be used for the doubles. Same goes for Ada Kumru as well, the Turkish #1. Radar slightly off with the drop shot from Nahir Dogan. And that's a really solid hold of serve from Hannah Klugmann in the end, the world #13, tying up the scoreboard here in the second set, locking into 3 games all through the belly of this second set. Now can Nahir Dogan take us the distance and detain the world #13? Oh, a very hard fought point. Hannah Klugmann at her scrambling best there, and had to be very, very tentative with this put away because she was staring into the dazzling sun in her eye line here. Watched it closely, peddling the feet well, and just nudges it to the space on the court. It's become a really attritional second set, this, courtesy of this young lady who is scrapping with all of her might. That's wonderful. Opening the court so cleverly, and that acute forehand cross-court winner to secure it. Really solid play from Hannah Klugmann. Quality ball striking. Three more break points for Great Britain. Oh, she's done it again. What foot speed, what athleticism from Hannah Klugmann. The British #2, so keen to pounce on that, and a break to love at this stage will do her confidence the world of good. It's a second consecutive game for Hannah Klugmann, who now pushes out to a heady 4-3 lead in this second set. Momentum very much with Team Great Britain right now. Captain's job, a tough one. Few concise words is about all you can give. You don't want to overload your player with too much advice. Katie O'Brien's perspective from Beverley in Yorkshire. She'll be wanting to just keep it simple. Klugmann, having won 88 career junior matches, knows exactly what this is all about. And is in the ascendancy again here, commendably. Put together a good match. Lost her way, had a little bit of a wobble early stages of that second set, but has really put the wheels on right now. Can she consolidate and push on here? Well, that forehand was finding its mark just moments ago for Nihir Dogan. Got a wonderful sliding wide ace there, just carving around the side of the ball nicely on contact. Just what she needs at that stage. 3 points on a clay court, so hard to come by. As we approach midday in Antalya. It's been a lovely warm morning, not overly so. Glorious all week weather-wise. Should be a super week, battling it out every day, these players, apart from that day of rest, which is due on Thursday. Good forcing play from Nihir Dogan. Yeah, sometimes they're getting lost behind the advertising hoardings. It's a Billie Jean King Cup Junior event, sponsored by Gamebridge. She wants the ball with the least nap on it, so it goes whizzing through the air pretty keenly. That's what this is all about. It's another break point here for Nihir Dogan and Team Turkey. Oh, the world number 519. What a strike. Just what she needed. And she locks into 4 games all with this brilliantly executed point. Uber aggressive from the young Turk, accelerating on the forehand drive volley around chest height. Perfectly executed. How well has she played that to draw level as she goes climbing and hunting that missing ball. Now, from Turkish perspective, they'll want to go some at this stage. They want to get as much credit in the bank as possible, you'd imagine. Oh, another hard-fought rally under the Turkish midday sun. And Nahir Dogan coming good again with a familiar finish. It's another forehand drive volley winner cross court. Deja vu. Absolutely gorgeous strike. Played to perfection from Nahir Dogan. Putting up stern resistance right now. And remaining robust in defense as well. Here's the Turkish 16-year-old. Hannah Klugmann trying to up her energy and intensity to just batter through Nahir, but having no joy right now. You sense she's swimming upstream a little. Has she found it? There was no call. I think she's just kissed the sideline there. Played to perfection from Hannah Klugmann. And that was a much needed forehand cross-court winner. Because this young lady is bringing it right now and proving a real handful in this tussle. First match of the day in this Great Britain versus Turkey clash. Top tennis on centre court. Klugmann just a little frustrated evidently at the end of that rally, but it was a terrifically contested rally from Nahir Dogan's perspective. And now 2 points for a second consecutive game. She was trailing a set in 4-3. Klugmann serving. Broke back immediately. Now pushing for the lead. Again. She suddenly has these surges, doesn't she, the young lady in red and white? And it's such a sort of high tennis IQ. She can knit together some really dangerous tennis. Yeah, blistering bounce smash finish from Klugmann. Just to put the wheels back on in this very important 9th game of set 2. You can see where the court's just cut up a little bit. This is way behind the baseline. Klugmann just trying to bed it down so there's no injury issue perhaps later in the match, or a slip or tumble. But it's way back behind the baseline. It's not really going to interfere too much with the movement unless she is in deep defense. Still game point for Turkey here. Oh, she had the court at her mercy there, didn't she? That'll go down as an unforced error. Great scrambling in defense from Hannah Klugmann. And here, Dogan can barely believe it. Opportunity goes begging. Deadlock on the scoreboard. The sharp end of set 2. Well, Novak Djokovic talks about going into lockdown mode, and you do sense that from Hannah Klugmann, who is looking rock solid right now. From a couple of game points down to break point now for the world number 13. Scoreboard pressure very much on the shoulders of young Nahir in red here. Well, courtesy of a bit of a limp double fault, it has to be said, it's Hannah Klugmann who pulls away again from the Turkish athlete, who will not be happy heading to the sit down there. Not what she wanted, but it's Hannah Klugmann who is now going to be coming out and attempt to serve for the match at 6-2, 5-4 after the sit down. How fast to make amends is Nahir Duggan. Well, it's been a scrappy encounter, hasn't it? There's been momentum swaying all over the place in this one. As I said, on a clay court, it's not always easy. Due to the slow nature of the surface, the momentum can shift and move around a lot, and it's happened in this encounter. She was a set 4-3 serving, now 5-4 serving is Klugmann. She was denied at 4-3. Can she hold on here? Oh, it's a brilliant chase from Hannah Klugmann. What athleticism from the British number 2. Straining every sinew with a really explosive first step. She gets up and does something really very, very good in response to that terrific drop shot from the Turk. And now puts herself just 2 points away from what will feel like a very sweet victory to get Great Britain on course and up and running in this tie. Well, she'd want that back if she could do so. A routine backhand net error from the Turk. And that brings up a match point opportunity then for Hannah Klugmann of Great Britain. A performance imbued with other conviction and self-belief for Hannah Klugmann. She comes through 6-2, 6-4 after an hour and a half in a topsy-turvy encounter. But in the end, she runs out the winner and puts Great Britain 1-love up in this tie against Turkey. Great Britain halfway home then to what would be tie victory. The number 2, Hannah Klugmann, world number 13, has done her job very, very well indeed, coming through in straight sets at the expense of just 6 games. 6-2, 6-4. Well, Katie O'Brien just suggesting that 12:30 would be a good time to start the second singles.
Şaka gibi. Bir de bu kıza karşı.
Welcome back, viewers. If you are just joining us here on Centre Court, thanks for your company. It's the second match of day 2. Great Britain leading the tie 1-love over Turkey, courtesy of a straight-sex victory in match 1 for Hannah Klugmann. Now we turn our attention to the second match of day 2 on Centre Court. Mika Stojsavljevic, off a career high ranking of 7th in the world, to take on Ada Kumru in this clash of the respective number 1s. And Mika Stojsavljevic, very, very strong British number 1. Great Britain really are sort of setting the benchmark in Group B. Great Britain still yet to drop a set. Elsewhere, Brazil with a 6-2, 6-2 win over Chile in their opening match. So Brazil looking like they're sort of amid the top 2 on the group standings, with Great Britain to go up against them probably tomorrow. But for now, we've got to contest this one. As you can see, Great Britain 1-love up in the overall tie, courtesy of the British number 2, Hannah Klugmann, with that 6-2, 6-4 victory. An hour and a half it took her. And, well, she led the way 4-3 in that second set, lost away momentarily, but then put the wheels on from 5-4 nicely to seal out victory in 90 minutes. It's an 89th career victory for Hannah Klugmann at junior level, for the former world number 6 and current world number 13 on her combined ranking. It's a trio of 3 amigos at 15 years of age in the British pack, up against 3 very tough players from Turkey as well. And right now at the top of your picture is a young lady called Ada Kumru, 16 years of age, world number 76 in the rankings, just 1 spot off her May career high of 75. And she had a win yesterday, the Turkish number 1, in an hour and 56 minutes, 6-4 in the third set for the host nation. So how will she go today? It's going to be a really tough ask against Mia Stojsavljevic, who, as I say, is ranked 7 in the world. Very strong player. And, of course, the reigning US Open Junior Girls Singles champion is Mia Stojsavljevic. She was born to a Serbian father from Velika Popina in Croatia and a Polish mum from Warsaw. She was raised in Ealing, West London, and has a 64% win rate. 21 wins for Mika at the expense of just 12 losses this season at junior level, and she's gone 2-3 on a clay court. There she is, our first viewing of her. She was supporting her countrywoman keenly in the earlier match win, but she's making giant strides on the women's tour as well. Already on the WTA, she's world ranked 678 in the world. But her career highlights, well, winning that US Open title, becoming the first British player to do so since Heather Watson back in 2009. Heather Watson played here with Tara Moore, where they were losing finalists in 2008 to the Americans back then. Ada Kumru, her opponent today from Turkey, 16 years of age, world number 76, with a 62% win rate on tour this year, 24 wins at the expense of just 15 losses on clay. She enjoys a clay court. She's gone 14 wins to just 6 losses. She's got 2 junior singles titles, both on clay, has Ada Kumru. She won a J200 level event in Kish Island. She did last year a J100 level event in Tehran, both on clay courts. She's also got 6 junior doubles titles to her portfolio as well. So she's growing in experience, is Ada Kumru. It's going to be really interesting to see what kind of resistance she can put up against the British number 1 and reigning US Open girls singles champion. Someone receiving a lot of love courtside. as will Hannah Klugmann as well. I imagine she's being stroked like that right now. Possibly from Holly Smart, her teammate, who she might be doubling up with later. Important on any court, just to get a few returns in as well as serves. So this is our second match on day 2 from this glorious centre court. Great Britain taking on Billie Jean King Cup Junior Finals. Still at the back end of this warm-up right now. Court beautifully groomed, relatively unscarred and no slide marks. Our players are ready to begin. It's a high five from Katie O'Brien, the British captain, to her charge, as it is the Turkish captain as well, to Ada Kumru. So just under 70 world ranking spots between these two. British #1, armed and loaded with relatively new balls to get this second match in this tie underway. Great Britain against Turkey. Stojsavljevic to begin. So she's a multicultural background, as Mika. Her parents are Serbian-Polish, we mentioned, giving her a rich cultural heritage. She's a young achiever, having won her first ITF singles title at the age of 16 in Nottingham. Quite an impressive feat for a youngster. And a Grand Slam junior champion, already making history. Just a couple of months ago in Flushing Meadows, New York. Idolizes Maria Sharapova since being very young. Often mentions her as an inspiration for her tennis career. She trains at the LTA National Academy in Loughborough. She's been a girls doubles finalist at Wimbledon earlier in the summer, July, with her partner Mimizu. Struggling with her first serve rhythm at the moment. She finished 4th in the ITF World Tour Junior Finals in Chengdu, China. Best result from a British player since Katie Swan finished runner-up 2016. So she certainly has the credentials, but she is under siege here by some early onslaught from Ada Kumru, who had a win yesterday, as we mentioned, against Brazil in her singles, 6-4 in the third set. Came through just 4 minutes shy of the 2-hour marks, showing a lot of character. That's why she's been selected today for singles, and of course she's ranked #1 as well, with that heady ranking of 76 in the world. Still 2 more break points on the table for Turkey. Got quite a court presence, hasn't she? Keeping herself busy, banging the clay out of her shoes. Well, not the start that Mika will have hoped for. It's an early break for Ada Kumra, who trains here at the MTA Academy in Meghasaray, and is off to an absolute flyer then. Ada Kumra, can the 16-year-old Turk build on this momentum handed her, frankly? Perhaps nerves jangling. They're yet to concede a set, as we mentioned, and they're trying to make a real statement in Group 1. Understandably, Hannah Klugmann with the earlier straight sets victory. It's not always easy when you're following that kind of legacy, particularly as the number one, with even more weight of expectation on young Mika's shoulders. So can Ada Kumra from Turkey build on this slender 1-love lead? Well, it's the second meeting between these two. First meeting they met in Bangkok in February, late February, Nonthaburi, for those of you familiar. And it was a 6-2, 6-2 victory for Stojsavljevic. That, of course, was on a clay, on a hard court over there in Nonthaburi. It was a fairly straightforward victory for Mika. Today, the Turk is looking pretty buoyant. Great body language from her so far. And she's hitting the ball nicely. So a second meeting between the two. That's a really good service hold to love for the Turkish number one. Ada Kumra pushes out to a generous 2-love lead after just a few minutes. She's won a lot of matches this season, and particularly throughout her career at junior. 67 matches won to Mika Stojsavljevic's 62 in junior tennis. Mika, of course, has gone pushing on up through into the WTA ranks on the senior tour. So just building a little experience to make that transition slightly easier, but still 5 more wins at junior level for the Turkish number one, who's in on familiar patch, home territory. And that's going to give her a little added spring in her step. You sense already she's looking very, very upbeat with her body language, and her energy and intensity is absolutely brimming. Now, will that steady the ship for Mika Stojsavljevic? Cleverly engineered by the Turk. She had a 6-4 in the third win over Nohane Victoria Leme da Silva from Brazil. What a mouthful that name is. Yesterday, having lost the opening set, Ada came back 3-6, 6-1, 6-4. Really good win there. To be expected because the Brazilian was ranked 165 in the world in juniors. Still yet to release the handbrake and find her range is Stojsavljevic. Up against it here in this return game as well. Well, there's nothing more disturbing when you can't find your serve rhythm. It's the prime asset of most of these young juniors. And she is really grappling in that department at the moment. It's another couple of break points here for the Turkish number one. That's more like it. Had a win yesterday. The British number one, Stojsavljevic, against Camila Rodero of Chile, 7-5, 7-5. We'll be hoping to build on that. That was out on court 8, where she followed Hannah Klugmann. But today's a tough ask. Unforced errors coming from the racket of the British number one at the moment. There's a lot of upside for her, but at the moment it is Ada Kumra who is wheel spinning from the start line. She has a 3-love lead in an instant. So can she put the wheels on here, Mika Stojsavljevic, after what's been a nerve-riddled start from her? She's at the tougher of the two ends with the dazzling sun staring down at her. Her opponent with a keen 3-love lead here. Now this could be just the lifeline that Turkey need. They've got a foothold here. Can Ada Kumra build? that's brilliant. Lovely serve and sting from Kumra, who came out yesterday and having lost their opening singles in Mira Karatogma to Pietro Rivoli when Brazil went 1-love up. She was the star of the show who drew level with that fine 6-4 in the third victory herself. That's a beautiful change-up as well. And the British #1 all at sea. Momentum is very much in favour of Ada Kumra right now, who is rolling along nicely. Look at that lovely change-up. And of course, she can find more expansive parts of her game because she's got that 3-love lead. She's free and very, very expressive right now, having fun. She was the star of the show yesterday with her singles win to draw the tie against Brazil at 1-1 going into the doubles. And then they lost out 5-7 in that third set in that doubles. So many would suggest she is the linchpin of the Turkey squad. Certainly the far highest ranked. And she's acquitting herself really, really very, very well right now. As Mika just salvages another ball from behind the advertising hoardings. The Turkey #1 takes command and has a real stranglehold over this opening set right now. A heady 4-love lead. Smoking through this opener is Ada Kumra. And by contrast, Mika Stojsavljevic is really grappling, you sense, with the inner demons right now. Such expectation on these players when they win slams as the girls singles US Open reigning and champion. There's a lot of pressure on their shoulders. How will she deal with the moment right now? Love 4, first set. Much more measured there from Stojsavljevic. She's got plenty of support courtside. Now this is nice, building nicely. The British #1 just needs to ease her way in here, having had a really nerve-jangling opening 4 games. It's all about first serves and steady choices to big, wide targets on the court. Cross-court, plenty of height, not going too close to the lines. Would be sensible tactics right now. Fierce forehand return and follow-up from Turkey. Ada Kumra is absolutely rampant right now, picking off any short balls with vicious racket head speed. Super mix-up from Ada Kumra. And you can see on the early evidence of this encounter so far that Mika is far more au fait with being on attack. When she's having to defend her court and on a slippery clay court, that can be a real tough moment for her. And cheap points seemingly very hard to come by. It's been an immaculate performance so far from Ada Kumra. And by contrast, the Brit really up against it on a difficult day. This is a typical day as a young tennis pro, and rightly so. She's dealing with it calmly, at least acting that way anyhow. Her head's probably spinning right now. More breakpoint opportunity for the Turkish number one. Weighty serve to bring parity to this fifth game, and suddenly this game takes a real significance, doesn't it? You'd imagine there'll be quite a roar of delight from the little knot of British fans courtside if their number one can hold on to her serve here. But it's been an absolute battle, more internal than anything else at the moment, you sense. Host nation player on home territory, knows every inch of this venue. She has got such a positive look to her right now. Another break point. Plenty to ponder for Stojsavljevic as Ada Kumra breaks serve again. And the scoreboard turning fast for the Turkish number one right now. It's a heady 5-love lead. And with it, a high five from her captain courtside. By contrast, the Brits, head scratching times ahead seemingly. Well, the body language of the two quite contrasting right now, understandably. Mika Stojsavljevic, love 5 down as the world number 7 off her career high ranking. She is really struggling to go against a young Turk who is looking busy and threatening and on a mission right now. Serving for the opening set is Ada Kumra, 5-love. A nervy choice there from Ada Kumra. Drop shot a little too high. Now, does that open the door slightly to Mika Stojsavljevic, who by her own admission, I'm sure at this stage she would admit she's having an absolute shocker, but things can only get better. Psychological dynamics very much in play here. Who believes? Funny, isn't it? When a player goes like 5-love up and so close to the finish line of that opening set, suddenly they tighten up. It's ridiculous, but it's the way tennis rolls. It's the nature of the score situation. Certainly Ada Kumru with something to lose, and there's tension now in her head. 3 immediate break points for the British number 1, who will feel utter relief if she can win one of these next 3 points. There's no doubting that. Ada Kumru determined not to give any slither of momentum to her opponent if she can help it. Another first serve landed from the Turkish number 1. Oh, it's brilliant. That's more like it. Nika Stojsavljevic breaks serve for the first time in the match, and you will imagine that she will feel much better about things right now. She's on the board. Can she build? Because her opponent very much bringing the heat. Never easy when you represent your nation as the best player. Big expectation comes with that. Lovely change up again from Ada Kumru. She's mixed her patterns of play really nicely. Good hand skills there from the young lady in red and white. She's been thriving in home court advantage here. Well, there's no doubting she's got such a big, heavy game, so much artillery, but at the moment, she's just not finding the court often enough. And against such a consistent opponent who is moving very, very sprightly, it's going to be a tough ask today, seemingly, for the British number 1. Turkey, 2 points from the opening set now. The net claims another forehand drive volley, this time from the British number one.
50, 40.
And it brings up a couple of set points for Ada Kumru. Wanting to finish the set in flames of glory, as so many do. It's hard to resist. So as we head towards the half-hour mark on the match clock, it is Mika Stojsavljevic still very much under siege here with work to do. Second set point for Kumru. Well, difficult watch for Captain Katie O'Brien and English fans courtside and online viewing this one. Nothing has come easy today for young Mika. It's a real test of her mental maturity, this one. All sorts of thoughts flooding her mind, I'm sure. Can she stay in the moment? Third set point for Takia. Oh, that's brilliant improvisation there from a ball that just fell away completely on Mika Stojsavljevic there. She's still in this set, very much grappling. Getting a generous hand courtside from the British number two, Hannah Klugmann, who gave her team the 1-love lead with that 6-2, 6-4 victory in 90 minutes just moments ago. Oh, it's a glorious drop shot from Turkey. What excellent hand skills there from Ada Kumru. Look at that. What improvisation from the young lady in red. Putting the ball in awkward parts of the court. It's a fourth set point right now for Turkey. Oh, Gutsy's that. Oh, hang on. She's found a mark. Umpire's down out of the chair and he gestures wide with the finger when many thought that one had kissed the edge of the line. Not so. It's Ada Kumru, the home player, who gives the host nation a heady lead. Takes the opening set by 6 games to 1. Just the breadstick offered to the world number 7. Wow. Well, just to keep you viewers up to speed with what's happening elsewhere in the group, in Group 1, out on court 7, Brazil are match to the good. 6-2, 6-2 win for Pietra Rivoli. And in the second singles, they are 6-5 up, ensuring a tie-break against Chile in the clash of the number 1s. So that's how the land lies elsewhere in the group. Brazil, at the moment, looking on course for a possible victory over Chile, though they're into a tiebreak in that second single, so anything can happen. But Brazil 1-love up in the tie against the Chileans. Here on centre, Great Britain with a 1-love lead, courtesy of Hannah Klugmann in this race to 2. But Mika Stojsavljevic right up against it, the world number 7 off a career-high junior ranking, up against the world number 76, is a set down in the blink of an eye, just 31 minutes set, going the way of the slightly older Ada Kumru here. Her captain there, Merv Gulkinlasadi, will be absolutely delighted. Now, can she continue in that vein and see this match off to really make a fist of this contest, as she did yesterday against Brazil, where she levelled the tie, having been love 1 down going into her singles match. She was the star of the show. As I said, she's on home courts. This is where she trains. Very comfortable venue for her. And I think she's got that sort of in-your-face body language that's really getting inside the head of her decorated British opponent today. Now, she needs a little bit of help for her opponent, doesn't she? She needs a bit of a lapse in concentration, you sense, Mika, on what's been a difficult day and a tough watch for British fans as well. It's going to all come down to consistency. There's just been too many unforced errors from Mika so far. She's got to up her intensity as she's trying to do here and keep the ball in court more often. Easy from here, difficult down there. But one thing's for sure, this 16-year-old will not go away, and it won't be the first time that Mika Stojsavljevic has lost an opening set when the expectation has been on her shoulders, that's for sure. She'll have dealt with this dynamic a lot in her fledgling career, but let's see how she responds today. Everybody really curious. Brilliant. That's more like it. What a great forehand return. Or is it? Umpire down off the chair. Has she caught the line or not? Turkish number one thinks it might be slightly wide. Well, he's suggesting that's on the line. See this often on clay courts. It's a regular scene. He's got his palm down, which indicates the ball has indeed hit the sideline. Point awarded to Great Britain. Much needed from Mika Stojsavljevic's perspective. So an immediate break point here at the start of set number 2 for the Brit. And that'll do nicely. There's a spring in her step right now. Mika Stojsavljevic with an early break of serve. And she heads back to the bench momentarily, where it'll be a quick slurp and a towel down. Katie O'Brien deep in conversation with her right now. She has to intervene and use all of her experience as a former world number 84 in the senior game back in February 2010 to aid and abet her charge right now. Hannah Klugmann and Holly Smart, ever vocal courtside, just trying to jeer on. Well, the prime weapon is not playing ball right now for young Mika. And it can very often set the tone in a match. If she can land it, she's on the front foot more often than not. But it's doing that that's caused problems so far. It's a real test for her mental skills, this. Right up against it psychologically now, against a tough opponent who's moving very well on home soil and putting up stern resistance. This is where we take a great look inside the head of Stojsavljevic. It's immaculate defense from the Turkish number 1 again, just doing enough, waiting for the error. Proving a really tricky opponent. So difficult when you're spearheading the British campaign from Mika Stojsavljevic's perspective. Now, will that free her off nicely? A wonderful drive volley, cross-court winner. She was absolutely rampant throughout that rally. Great energy throughout and a fine finish. Can that push her on to the next level? You can't help but sense this is a very significant game right here, particularly from the Brits' perspective. Oh, super. Wonderful cross-court backhand winner off the floor there from Mika Stojsavljevic. Just like the backhand drive volley winner moments ago. Look at that angle. Great use of the top hand here. Strong forcing shot. Stunning. Confidence building nicely. And she does it again. A hat-trick of back-to-back winners for Mika Stojsavljevic. Commendably, she's held on to her serve to 30. That will feel great as she wins, as I say, a very momentous game to push on to 2-love, second set. Can Great Britain make it the perfect platform with the opening win? They'd dearly love to go 2-love up here and put this tie their way. Not so, though, in the mind of this young lady, Ada Kumru, who's putting up a good fight. How will she respond to being love 2 down? The world number 7, having just shown what she's all about. Yeah, she's starting to land these heavy blows right now, is Stojsavljevic, on a more regular basis. So power-laden, so much game. When she's on, she can sting you from any part of the court, forehand or backhand or serve. But she doesn't defend her court as well as her opponent does. And that could prove problematic this afternoon. Lovely warm afternoon here in Antalya. Coastal resort here in Meghasaray. And the British player just a little late off the mark, but she is off the mark now. Great disguise on arrival there in response to that drop shot from Ada Kumru. These players really do earn their strikes in this sort of glorious weather week. Should be super for them, battling it out every day other than the Thursday, which will be the rest day. Oh, a scorcher from Ada Kumru. Just when you thought she was slightly off balance by a heavy ball incoming here, look at the length there from the British number one. And look at what she does to it. Bringing the heat right now is Kumru. A must-win match as far as Team Turkey are concerned. That's a terrific service hold from the fist-pumping and sprightly 16-year-old from Turkey, Ada Kumru, playing catch-up, but still clinging on to the coattails in the early passages of set two here. It's Stojsavljevic with a 2-1 lead in this must-win set. Well, the court's still that deep terracotta colour, indicating that it's been nicely doused with water, which kind of favours the local player, you'd imagine here. Just gives her a little bit more time on ball against this big ball striker in the British number one. Mika Stojsavljevic here, serving with a break of serve advantage in set two, 2-1. Of course, as the court dries out a little, as the time unfolds and the sun is on it for longer, so the ball will bounce slightly higher and skid faster off the clay surface. That would favour the Brit, as we mentioned. Ada Kumru here with a little bit more to think about. Yeah, it sounded like a string break, didn't it? On contact of the return, you heard a little snap. Ada Kumru will change her weapon. They'll have an abundance of rackets courtside, these guys. Yeah, there's an army of stringers in the shaded den and a huge catering and transportation operation as well here at this tournament. Lots of watering holes sprinkled around. That racket will probably just take 20 minutes to be restrung if she puts it in. These guys are very efficient in that regard. At any clay court venue, of course, you need a lot of stringers because the gritty nature of the clay players tend to break a lot more strings than on a faster surface. With the court being slower, the strings spread more as you hit the ball. It's more rotational the way you hit the ball on clay, so the strings do move more. And and as a consequence get broken more regularly. Sometimes grit gets in between the strings as well off the clay courts. So good business for the stringers back at HQ. A guttural roar of approval from Mika Stojsavljevic as she holds on to her serve on a rare occasion, but does so well to push out now to a 3-1 lead in this second set. That's a gutsy game, something that she's really grappled to do throughout this contest so far. That'll feel really good to her. Now, momentarily, you sense the Turkish number one is swimming upstream as the new balls are released from their cans. This set has a different feel about it already. And credit to young Mika here for keeping the scoreline as it is, 1-3. And of course, every game, every set, and every win count towards the shakedown at the end of play on Wednesday. That's what this is all about. Great Britain can ill afford any loss, as can any team, really. It's all about just trying somehow just to snag this second set from British perspective and hold on. Fine serve, spike down the tee from Kumru. Such a bright start in that opening set. Fine serving. She's finding her first, landing them with power and accuracy. Now, all this is doing is offering a lot of encouragement. These narrow misses from the Brit to the Turkish number one. Yep, found the corner of the court with that one. Ideally, she wants to stay in these return games as long as she can, Mika, and get through her service game quickly. That would be the ideal recipe for a possible comeback. But I think Kumru has other thoughts right now. Super service hold and a great reaction from the Turkey number 1, Ada Kumra, holds on and stays in touch with the reigning US Open Junior Singles Champion of September. And it's Mika Stojsavljevic who leads the way in set 2, 3-2. Now, some interesting news, viewers, out on court 7, where Brazil are playing against Chile. There's been an interesting development out there, as there has here, of course, because Camila Rodero of Chile has just taken that opening set 8-6 in the tiebreak against the Brazilian number 1. But the Brazilian number 1 has gone 2-love up in the second set. So Chile looking like they might possibly come back in that all South American clash out on court 7. So poignant what happens in group 1 in that other tie. When we thought Brazil were looking fairly dictatorial with a 6-2, 6-2 win in their opener, they might be pegged back. So it's a similar look to this tie, actually, at the moment. We'll be keeping abreast over that one. I'll keep you up to date with what's happening as that goes. So important that Great Britain here push on with this slender lead, because this can get away from you and suddenly she's back in a real dogfight. Is Mika Stojsavljevic. If she doesn't hold on here, this is well, all of these games from now on in, from her perspective, are so vitally important that she gives her utmost. Can ill afford a slew of unforced errors as we saw in the opening set. She has to keep it tight. That's a wonderful serve, much needed cheap point. It was a wonderful backhand return, wasn't it? Great hustle up the line from Kumru. Now there's a half chance here on the table for the Turkish number 1. This is what she did yesterday when they were trailing 1-0 to Brazil. She came back, fought hard and twisted her match around. Having lost the opening set, she came through 6-4 in the decider in an hour and 56 minutes. She's a battler. It's the last thing you need to see from British perspective, the other side of the net right now. Yeah, and perhaps just holding, stalling her opponent there between serves with the hand up as if to say, I'm not quite ready, and it just wrecks the server's rhythm a little, and now suddenly Turkey with a break back point. Well, she loves to go after the ball with positive strikes, but at the moment, still just missing the court. Another forehand error from the British #1, and it's parity again in this tight second set. Ada Kumru turning the screw. Back-to-back games for the player from the host nation, who's handled herself very, very well today. Such maturity at just 16 years of age. Which way is this second set going to fall? The British #1 just taking out a frustration there on that missed serve. Massive ball striking from Mika. It's the great thing about world tennis, isn't it? Across all the different surfaces that we've got, the grass, the hard, the clay, and all the different speeds and nuances between the venues. Because, of course, it means that it's a more level playing field. On a slower clay court like this, you get your shorter players that are perhaps not so powerful, and they can defend the court well. They're in contention. You've seen an example of that today. Again, a heavy barrage off the backhand wing from the Brit. There's been flickerings of brilliance, but not too much to report home about at the moment. But it's been a much more stable second set from Mika's perspective. Now, Ada Kumru has won the last 2 consecutive games to get to 3-all. That's a wonderful serve, took all the pace off, got it to meander from right to left. Changes of speed, spins, so important on any court, but particularly a clay court where the ball can just often hang there and lull you to go after something a bit too big. Oh, she's done it again. A moment of magic from the racket of Ada Kumru here. Look at this. Under a great deal of pressure, the ball just skidded through the court. I think off the service line. Fell away on her. What improvisation. We've seen that a few times from her. Miraculous drop shot. Pulled that point out of the fire. Well, despite the clever changes of pace there, Mika Stojsavljevic was wise to it and remained consistent in that point. And with that, has engineered a break-back opportunity here. Just enjoying a little bit of advice courtside from her team. Can she make something of this break point? Oh, it's a ripping backhand winner from Mika Stojsavljevic. How about that? Showing her class, the world number 7, with an absolute blistering backhand cross-court winner from nowhere. She can barely believe it. Well, that is a wonderful moment for Team Great Britain as they again remain in the ascendancy in this must-win set as far as this match is concerned. 4-3, she leads. Stojsavljevic then stopping the run of games at 2 for Kumru. Kumru still very much with a spring in her step as she collects the balls, ready to return again. And there's been multiple breaks of serve in this encounter, as there was in the opening match as well. And if you are just joining us, welcome along. Hannah Klugmann giving Great Britain a 1-love lead, 6-2, 6-4 over Nihir Dorgan just an hour or so ago. Yeah. Exposing the movement of the tall British number 1. Oh, she's teased out error again. Credit to Kumru there, who just hung in the point. Frustration, hand on hips moment for Mika Stojsavljevic, who can barely believe she has missed that. She was in control throughout. Such a good defensive game as the Turkish number 1. So tough to reach. Good energy from Mika. Much needed at this stage. Holly Smart, Hannah Klugmann, courtside, watching on keenly. Doubled over with intensity and nerves jangling, no doubt. One of them will have to play doubles in a moment. Yeah, doubles to follow, and nominated for the doubles, Hannah Klugmann and Holly Smart together. They're sat courtside. We mentioned that for Great Britain. And Nihir Dorgan and Kumru here in your picture. The 2 singles players to contest the doubles at the moment. That could all change, of course. Captains are given a little flexibility in that regard, depending on what happens in the singles. That's a big serve. Just drew the error from the Turk, who wants to get a look at it. Unconvinced. Umpire's down again. He's keeping busy today. Yep, it's been no going back on that call. So 40-30, the score stands in favour of Great Britain in this game. A little bark of delight from the Turkish team. Now, huge moment here. Got to be very vigilant as the British number 1, because the Turkish challenge has risen again. Oh, she's found it. Threads the needle of a backhand pass down the line. What movement from Ada Kumru. Look at this. Spread the court well. And it's a good volley, but it gets picked off from the 16-year-old player from Turkey. Look at that. And what a reaction as well. Break back point here. Yields with another double fault, does Mika Stojsavljevic. And back comes Ada Kumru again. Brutal again from British perspective, as the Turk draws level in this increasingly tight second set now. 4 games all, heading to the sharp end. That was a heartbreaker of a game for Mika. Well, she made the perfect comeback yesterday against Brazil when they were trailing Love 1, the Turkey team. Can she do so again here? Just a couple of games away from what would be a massive upset. Well, it's been a gallant effort from Mika Stojsavljevic. 3 terrific return points. Keen to regain ascendancy here is the British number 1. Gets it up and down so quickly, does Mika Stojsavljevic. And having to tough it out to stay in the conversation. She plays a wonderful return game. Look at this. Good movement up to it. Great hand skills on arrival. She breaks serve for the 5-4 lead in this second set now. Well, there's no doubting, viewers, that'll feel like a real gut punch to the Turkey team and a real tonic for Team Great Britain. Breaking to love just in the nick of time. Now, can she hold on to this slender advantage and draw level right now, Mika Stojsavljevic? Or will there be another comeback from Ada Kumru, who is just so good when she's trailing the scoreboard? She's done a great job after that first set that whizzed away from her 1-6 in the blink of an eye. She really has worked hard to get back in the ascendancy here. Mika Stojsavljevic, can she hold on at 5-4 now, serving? Turkey fighting so hard, having lost to Brazil in that heartbreaker yesterday. Now, that one has just found the corner of the court, I think. Whichever way she looks at it, it doesn't seem to look out. That's the issue. No, it's too late. You need to ring the mark immediately. The ring of doom, many call it, on a clay court. But there is no ring. She can't find a mark. It has indeed kissed the line. But she's still not entirely happy. Another backhand laser down the line from Ada Kumru. Where does that come from? So good off of that wing. And it's a game that is founded on a cornerstone of terrific foot speed. Have some of that, suggests Mika Stojsavljevic. A massive cross-court ripper of a forehand winner. Now, psychologically, that is a heavy blow. What can she muster here? It's just sublime. Lands the heavy first serve, got the short response and carves around the side and bottom of the ball just to make that drop shot just slide away. High skill level from Stojsavljevic. Been treated to some glorious points in this second set from both. Backhand pass from the top draw from Kumru moments ago. Winners abound out here on centre. She's found the paint of the line, you know, with that backhand. It was perfectly struck. And that would have landed a crater of a mark right through the paint of the line, to the frustration of Ada Kumru, who's trying to look away and flush the disappointment quickly. Now then, set point for Stojsavljevic. Well, Stojsavljevic, who's making such giant strides this season in junior and senior ranks, has found a way to lean on all of her experience and dig deep. She twists the second set her way commendably, and perhaps is en route to what might well be a terrific comeback win. Great Britain 1-love up in the tie and dead level at a set all in this second match of the day on centre. Well, I can tell you that Brazil are 1-love up in the tie against Chile. We knew that, but in terms of the second match of the day, like us, they are mirroring our scoreboard, frankly. Camila Rodero of Chile took the opening set on a tie-break, 8-6, but has now lost the second set, the Chilean, to the Brazilian number one, 6-1. So they, like us, are dead level going into a one-set shootout to decide the victor of their number ones. Brazil with a 1-love lead. Great Britain here with a 1-love lead. But their number one from Turkey is proving a very tough nut to crack for the world number 7 ranked junior in Stojsavljevic. Well, it was the second set that lasted just under an hour. The first one, a 31-minute opening set, 6-1, falling the way of Turkey, but it was relatively plain sailing for the host nation. So here we go. The court has been nicely groomed again. And just removing the clay from the lines. They do this so nonchalantly, don't they? Chair umpire getting involved with the housekeeping. Good to see. He's done that before a few times, evidently. So it's going to be a one-set shootout to decide this second match on day 2 between Turkey and Great Britain. Great Britain 1-love up in the tie. This is the second match of the day. Can Turkey draw level? There's been some wonderful drop shots from Kumru, but not that time. She'll need to dig very deep here after that wounding second set. She gave a lot in that set, did the Turkish number one. Indeed, they both did. Mika Stojsavljevic putting the wheels on nicely on what was a really horrendous start from her, quite frankly. Probably a 1 or 2 out of 10 performance in that opening set. I'm sure by her own admission, she's raised the bar keenly and has got her teeth in here. But there may still be a few cobwebs of doubt in the mind of the British number one. Both had wins yesterday, 7-5, 7-5 for Stojsavljevic, and 6-4 in the third set for Kumru. Both will be fighting tooth and nail for the early ascendancy in this decider, that's for sure. Oh, brilliant. She doesn't quite have the firepower off all wings that the British number one does, Kumru, but what she does have is speedy footwork. Lasers that forehand pass. Look at the way she's moving around the court here. Great set of wheels. Super forehand approach from the British number one. A heavy strike. First break point of the final set. Stojsavljevic with just the start she'd have been looking for. Out of the gates very quickly in the final set with a rampant forehand drive volley winner. Great strike. And with it, the 1-love lead. Now, can she stay on the front foot throughout in what's been a really difficult encounter? That second set was very hard-earned and quite industrial as far as Mika was concerned, I'm sure. Having lost the opener in the blink of an eye, just half an hour or so, she showed a lot of character in that second set. Now, the Turks deep in discussion. How much does the world number 76 believe she can turn this one around? Mika playing off the career high ranking of 7 in the world. she's barely missed a pass off both wings. Kumra just so good when she's got a target. She loves it. Look at her defensive prowess there. Scrambling around at top speed. Threads the needle again. Such a big game that Mika Stojsavljevic brings. But it's been muted and negated often today by the Turkish number one. She has at times revealed her big, powerful game. Although only fleetingly today. Seen more of it in that second set. Most of us lusting after more in the decider. Reigning US Open girls singles champion. If you are just joining us, welcome along. Been a tight encounter, this one. She pulls away from her Turkish opponent as the British number one, Mika Stojsavljevic, with a fine service hold to 15. Has the bubble burst with the Turkey challenge? Yesterday, she was in this predicament and turned around a deciding set victory and a first set loss, did Kumru. She is one feisty, determined competitor. She'll be keen to do so here, but she's trailing love 2, third set right now, with her serve to come. Turkey courtside, trying to bring the energy and uplift their charge. This is a huge game right here. If Mika can get to 3 love, you sense this will be pretty much done and dusted, given what we saw in that second set where she remained intact and relatively error-free. Squeal of delight from Kumra. Ouch! An absolute blistering forehand there from the British number one, showcasing what she's all about. Hauling this return game. back to even. That's just missed. You can't help but think that the British #1 will have to be at the top of her game if she's about to get past today's opponent. An opportunity for what would be a massive momentum lift for Team GB. Can she find a way on this break point? Mika Stojsavljevic. Yes, she can. Mika Stojsavljevic of Great Britain, the world #7 in the junior rankings off that career high, releases the handbrake well and truly and sustains the momentum that she so cleverly built from that second set. She now has a heady 3-love lead in set 3. Looking confident right now and bossing the court from the middle is Stojsavljevic. Opening the court with her normal authority. After what's been a difficult start, she's looking a lot more dictatorial right now. Fabulous strike again off the backhand wing this time. Showing her glass beg your pardon, that one has just missed. She'd found it. Yep, tricky ball, nasty height. Dealt with well. Now we saw multiple breaks of serve favouring Team Turkey in that opening set. Certainly is a massive part of the armoury of Ada Kumru, who has returned well all day. But the British athlete is finding her range overhead at the moment, and it's really aiding her. Much more like it from Mika Stojsavljevic, who was haunted with the mental demons screaming in her ear earlier in that opening set. She's put that aside well and moved forward positively. It's been a really good mental performance from her. Such determination from Ada Kumru. Such a fighter. A home player at her home club where she practices on a daily basis is enjoying this tussle and really came out eyeing the upset over the world number 7. She's still not thrown in the towel yet. Well, she lets that thunderbolt go on a regular basis, does Stojsavljevic, particularly off the backhand wing. We saw a glorious cross-court winning power angle just moments ago to get the early break. But now she's break point down. A lifeline of a first serve for Mika. Well, suddenly she's been buoyed by sharp serving that was nowhere in sight in that opening set. But she's put the wheels on nicely here. She's calmed down, found her rhythm. From break point down is now game point up. Keeps the momentum wheeling along nicely, does Mika Stojsavljevic. As he squeezes the scoreboard with a heady 4-love lead right now. Her opponent very much up against it. And you can can see the body language looking downbeat as a consequence. It's been a brilliant turnaround from Mika Stojsavljevic, showing a lot of character today on what was a very difficult start for her. How much fight is left in Ada Kumru here? 16-year-old with it all to do. Oh, she is so good at that shot. It looks like she's just sort of putting a racket out and the ball could go anywhere, but she's got masterful levels of control at end range. Look at that. Incredible poise and balance. She's done that on numerous occasions. In fact, I can barely recall her missing one of them. It's a super service hold to love for Ada Kumru. Really good work from the 16-year-old Turkish athlete. She is on the board finally in this deciding set, but with plenty of work to do. It's 4-1. Stojsavljevic leading the way. Well, she's a tougher teeth, isn't she? Really good work on what's been a difficult day from Mika Stojsavljevic so far. She was right up against it after the first half hour of action or so, trailing 1-6 first set, but then came out and put the wheels on what's been a tricky day. Can she see this match off now as she serves at 4-1 deciding set? There's still fight in Turkey. No worries about that. Fine finish here from Kumru. Incidentally, Brazil and Chile locked in at 3 games all. Second match, deciding set. Super front court play from the British number 1. There's a lot of energy courtside right now from Turkey. They're lending their weight. Oh, she's missed the pass. That's just about the first passing shot she's missed all day. Great hustle from the British #1 just to get there and dig it out. She loves that backhand, and she backs herself off that wing. Another heavy strike from Stojsavljevic. Back-to-back points for the British #1. Now, if she can get to 5 on the scoreboard, surely that will be enough, you'd imagine. And then it's just the gloss that needs to be applied. Long shadows cast over this glorious centre court. What a match we've been treated to today. Great Britain gunning for what would be a 2-love lead in the tie and win. Great length from the Turkish #1. She knows the significance of this. We all know in this great game that it can all swivel around in a heartbeat. This is massive right here. Could pay a heavy price for that. It's added a little bit more spring to the step of Ada Kumrut. What a way to save the break point. Massive ace. Just in the nick of time. Now Hannah Klugmann just taking leave of the court, seemingly. She will probably have a doubles to contest. And there's between 30 minutes and an hour normally between the singles and doubles after this, whatever happens. Yeah, it's a great dig on the backhand slice from Ada Kumrut. Terrific turnaround here. Managed to get it up and down really quickly. Plenty of slice on that, so the ball fell away, making it really tricky for the volleyer. Second break point for the Turkish #1. Good, solid point from Mika. Match hanging in the balance right now. 2 break points have slipped through Turkish fingertips in this return game. Will there be more opportunity? So we head now into the 3rd hour of play. Yeah, you simply cannot play cat and mouse without a Kumru. She is so quick around the court. She's won most of these exchanges. Look at that. It was great work from the British #1, but not good enough. Look at the poise and racket head control from Kumru. Now, will it be 3rd time lucky for Kumru here? Backhand squirts wide of the single sideline for Stojsavljevic, and it's out of Kumru. It does indeed break back in a very significant game. 4-1 becomes 4-2. We go on in this deciding set. Having worked so hard to break, she can ill afford that at this stage. Now, strange things can happen as the winning line becomes ever nearer. We've seen that numerous times, but if you're going to see it, it'll be in junior tennis predominantly, because these guys aren't as experienced, of course, as senior players to close matches out. So you do tend to see a few wobbles in these kind of events, although these are the world's very best, and they are the most experienced juniors. But let's see what unfolds from here on in. Yes, cleverly dispatched there from Mika Stojsavljevic. Left nothing to chance there. It's a smart point. High percentage all the way. So 2 immediate break back points then for the British #1. Excellent serve right through the line. Stojsavljevic with a roar. She enjoyed that one. And she extends her lead now with a timely break of serve to 5-2 in this third set. That'll feel really good for the British number one. Well, the Brazil-Chile match is nicely poised. 4-3, the Chileans up in the deciding set there, hoping to bring parity to the tie, with Rodero Camila just fighting her heart out against the Brazilian number one. And here, this one taking a turn the way of Mika Stojsavljevic. Well, they came into the tie as overwhelming favourites with all three players. Well, in fact, two of the three players ranked higher than this Turkish number one. But what a fight she's put up. It's been a terrific contest to call and watch. Mika Stojsavljevic then serving for the match now. 5-2 deciding set. Good positive energy throughout for Mika Stojsavljevic. She's rarely got down this, whereas the Turkish number one has really sort of worn her heart on the sleeve throughout. But the body language still keen and busy and threatening throughout. She's been great. Well, there was a little wobble at 4-1 serving in the third set where Mika lost her way and her serve as well after a very long game. She's put the wheels back on nicely and put herself just a couple of points away from what will feel and taste like a very sweet victory for the British number one if she can get across the line on what's been a tricky day. Slammed away with aggression. That'll have felt good. So here she is then at match point. It's another brutal winner from Mika Stojsavljevic, who survived a stern test today and dug very deep, showing mental resilience and character on a tricky day to emerge victorious. 1-6, 6-4, 6-2, just inside 2¼ hours. What a performance that was. Great Britain win the tie with 2 victories to love. And of course, we will contest the doubles, and Hannah Klugmann and Holly Smart come down to celebrate victory in a second consecutive day. Yesterday, they beat the Chileans 3-0. Now they're 2-love up. Well, Great Britain shut the door on Turkey and win the tie 2-0. But of course, we will be treated to a third match of the day. The doubles yet to unfold. At the moment, it's Klugmann and Smart against Dorgan and Kumru. Of course, after appropriate rest, they're entitled to between sort of 30 minutes and an hour between the singles and doubles. We're yet to have confirmation of when exactly the doubles will be going, but that looks like the lineup that we'll be bringing you. And what about the other tie in Group 1? Brazil now serving for the match against Chile in their second singles. But for this one, the doubles to come. Great Britain against Turkey. Britain have won the tie 2-0, but the doubles still needs to be concluded because, of course, it might very well count when everything unfolds on Wednesday after the round robin action concludes as to where each of these teams end up. Great Britain, though, looking good and looking good to win the group with that win. Brazil, though, on the cusp of victory over on court 7 over Chile, serving for a 2-love win over the Chileans. So Group 1 nicely poised. Turkey, sadly, with nothing to show today for their efforts. Good work there from Ado Kumru, but I'll be back with more live doubles action for you shortly. Don't go too far, and we'll be back with the doubles imminently.
çekil işte. Ben çekmem ama. Birini al. Şu an maç yani görür Toygar falan olmaz yani.
Öyle mi? Şurada çekilecek. Tamam kızar sana yok girmeyeyim. Ha oyuncun gelmiyor değil mi?
Riskli ya burası.
Evet evet yok yok yok. Abi görür boş ver.
back to centre court, the MTA Tennis Academy, Megasarai and Talia. Thanks for your company. This is the third and last match of day 2. Heavy favourites Great Britain lead the tie 2-0 against host nation Turkey. And a courtesy of a straight sets victory for Hannah Klugmann and Mika Stojsavljevic in 3 sets, as the winner is the British #1 against the Turkish #1. Bringing you our continuing live coverage. And on to our doubles next. Hannah Klugmann and Holly Smart take on Nahir Dogan and Ada Kumru. There's confirmation of the results so far. As you can see, the British #2 Klugmann coming through 6-2, 6-4, and confirmation of the British #1 victory as well. So they've won the tie, but they need this one to do a clean sweep of the group. So the last of 3 matches to unfold today. And Great Britain have work to do to give themselves a chance of topping the group. As we mentioned, it's all about consistency through these round-robin formats. Each match could prove significant. It seems at the moment Turkey will have to play off in 3rd and 4th place in the group tomorrow against Chile, and Great Britain will play to top the group tomorrow against Brazil. Brazil now 2-love up over Chile, winning both singles, I can tell you, as we take a look at Hannah Klugmann of Great Britain, the British #2, who won her singles 6-2, 6-4 in an hour and 30 minutes against one of her opponents today, Nahir Dogan. And her partner alongside Holly Smart, world ranked 257th, has been 6 spots higher in October last month, is Holly. And together yesterday they beat Rodero and Soto Nera of Chile 6-1, 6-2. So they've had success already on the Turkish clay in Antalya. It's going to be interesting, and always a tough dynamic for a player like Holly Smart just to come in. The other 2 players so sharpened up from the singles, of course, in Hannah Klugmann. And both her opponents have played singles as well. Nahir Dogan lost to Hannah Klugmann. She's ranked 516th in the world. There she is. It was a very competitive match that lasted 90 minutes, as I say. And, well, narrowly, these 2 lost yesterday as well. She's alongside Ada Kumru, fellow 16-year-old. They lost out 7-5 in the 3rd set yesterday to a couple of Brazilians in an hour and 20 minutes. So there is a sudden death or deciding point at deuce as we say hello to today's captains, familiar faces. And there's the no-let rule as well, so we play netballs off of serve. So plenty to play for, of course, for both pairs, because, of course, as we said, it all tots up at the end of play tomorrow when the round robins are concluded and the group numbers are compiled. And, of course, for Great Britain, if they win this doubles here, then they 100% top the group, because they will not have lost a match so far. And Brazil yesterday, well, they lost a singles match to Turkey. So they would go 2nd in the group, irrespective of what happens over there. Katie O'Brien, the Great Britain captain, player of vast experience, 38-year-old herself, former top 84 in the world in February 2010. Still a fine ball striker, likes to play regularly, a Wimbledon member, though she grew up in Beverley, North Yorkshire, and schooled in Hull. So Great Britain are the 2008 finalists in the Billie Jean King Cup finals, juniors I should say, when Heather Watson joined forces with Tara Moore, and they lost out to the Americans. Now, the young lady on the bottom left of your screen, Ada Kumru, has been the star of the show for Turkey. On day one, she won the singles match against Brazil, lost narrowly in 3 sets, having taken the first set off the world number 7, 6-1 over Stojsavljevic.
Sandalyenin sağ tarafında. Büyük Britanya'da ana kulübe Oli Smart. Sandalyenin sol tarafında Türkiye'de Nehir Doğan.
So shadows getting longer and longer as the sun descends in Magsaysay. Time 5 minutes shy of 4 o'clock locally. So the lights may be required to finish off this encounter, though, as I say, the deciding set will be a match tiebreak if needed.
1 dakika, 1 minute.
So it's a familiar format now in this contest. Each tie, the best of 3 encounter. Each match within the tie decided by the best of 3 tie-break sets. In doubles, the 3rd set will be a match tie-break if we need it, as I say. So in doubles, there's a sudden death, or as I say, or deciding point at deuce. And very importantly, the no-let rule is in play. The 16 teams split into 4 groups of 4. 3 days of round-robin action, followed by 3 days of knockout stage to place teams from 1st to 16th position. So during round-robin stages, which we're at, the doubles rubber must be completed, even if the score is 2-0, which it is here, as it is also in the group, with the match on court 7, Brazil and Chile after the singles, unless otherwise decided by the referee. So all teams will play 6 ties in their entirety. Top 2 teams from each round-robin group go forward into the knockout quarterfinals. And there will be 3rd and 4th place playoffs in each of the groups as well. So we've got to be aware there is no ad scoring in the doubles, so it's a little bit of a punchier format, which will be gratefully received, particularly towards the back end of the week when so much tennis has been played, particularly on slower clay courts with longer rallies. So our warm-up completed, match just about to begin. Anna Klugmann and Holly Smart making their way out in the national colours, as are Turkey as well. Ada Kumru and Nehir Dogan.
Birinci set. First set. İngiltere'den Klugmann to serve. Ready.
So, Great Britain to serve to get this doubles clash underway. In the company of Paul Hand. Great to have you along. Clunking down a heavy first serve, Hannah Klugmann. So important in doubles to keep the weight on the serve and thereafter try and hit to the space on the court with the slippery clay underfoot. Finding her range beautifully. Well, trying to get involved That's the time to do so at 40 love from Holly Smart, unable to make the backhand volley. But of course, it's a difficult dynamic, as we suggested, for her, having not played a match today. Everybody else is honed and match fit. She's straight in at the deep end, and with that, might be a little vulnerable, particularly on her opening service game. It'll be interesting to see if Hannah Klugmann at the net can support her when the roles reverse. That's a solid hold to 15 for Hannah Klugmann, landing plenty of first serves in there for Great Britain. They take the opening game and get on the scoreboard. Just to remind you, Great Britain lead the tie 2-0, so effectively they've won the match, but this is very, very important for both nations. Because for Turkey, of course, if they can get a win here, that means they'll have won 2 matches over the last couple of days. They narrowly lost in the doubles, 7-5 in the third set yesterday together. But they were very competitive throughout. And this is going to be an interesting doubles because of that. Familiar face of Ada Kumra to serve. Serve just out. She's got a combined ranking of 76 in the world, just 1 spot off her May high of 75. Oh, that's wonderful. What a great return from Klugmann. If in doubt, go up through the corridor of doubt, straight up the middle for Holly Smart there, and got rewarded. It was a keen strike for the relatively fresh player. Well, she's got a beautiful drop shot. We saw that in the singles for Ada Kumru against Mika Stojsavljevic. Yeah, Hannah's got a mark. That's a beautiful strike with the backhand up the line from Kumru. So important in doubles to get plenty of first serves in, because returners licking their lips if you're down on second. Wow, a wayward passing shot that time. Normally very laser-like with control and precision in that regard. So now, first breakpoint opportunity of the match then for the British pairing. Can Holly Smart take advantage here? Oh, just too good. She's just so adept at redirecting the tennis ball at will. And she is definitely their star player, Hana Kumru. Certainly the highest ranked by a long way. The other two players, well, the other side of 500 in the rankings. She's buoyant as a top 80 player. Yeah, it makes for a tough volley, doesn't it? As Kumru holds on to her serve on a deciding point there at deuce and draws level. That'll do nicely. Managed to get the drop shot down nice and low to the ensuing volleyer. So now the serving rotation for Holly Smart. Just so good, these two, at putting the ball into awkward areas of the court. You can see they can get the ball down low. They've got nice feel. And of course, from volleyer's perspective, the person at the net, they want to intervene and cross as often as they can without getting picked off. Want to help out the server and the returner. Now, good work from the Turks here. Can they build on this return positivity? Super length on the second serve from Holly Smart. Now, you've really got to embrace this situation as a singles or doubles player. When you're down in the game, you've got to relish the challenge rather than be threatened. Easier said than done sometimes. A slight miss hit from Holly Smart, and suddenly, where there was break points in the previous game for the Brits, now they're under siege themselves, and she herself is under breakpoint pressure here. Well, Holly Smart yields, and it's the Turks, Kumru and Dogan, who get the early break in this contest. They lead the way in the opening set by 2-1. Doubles by its very nature tends to be often quite close and momentum shifting on a regular basis because the court is shrunken. So the first break of serve then going the way of Dogan and Kumru. Can they build from here in this very important match? They could come into this feeling downbeat, but not so. They realise the value of hustling out every single match in round-robin stage. Both teams fully aware of the gravitas of this moment. Nahir Dogan to serve at 2-1. Just got a little greedy with that final volley. It was a great pickup from Hannah Klugmann. That's a brilliant point. What great scampering and retrieving from Team Great Britain there. Holly Smart with a lot of ground to gobble up. She did so quickly. Look, she preempted the situation, got over there quickly, got it down low, and teased out the volley error. That'll feel great.
Very good. Love 14.
Three immediate break back points then for a diligent returning duo from Great Britain.
Oyun büyük Britanya. Oyunlar 2-2.
Nahir Dogan losing a serve to Love. And the Brits squaring the match score. Early stages out here, but all smiles from the British pair who are enjoying themselves. And of course, that's why we come to sport in the first place, to keep it light, to have fun. Yeah, the former world number 6 and current number 13 with such an ability to trade at such a high level off the floor, particularly on that forehand diagonal. Look at this. Thunderous power winner there from Hannah Klugmann. Really important that the service partner squeeze the space of the returner, with plenty of bluffing and darting around as if she's going to cross. Holly Smart. Just get your opponent to take the eye off the ball as they return serve. That's the role of the wingman at the net. Wingwoman, I should say.
30 love.
As she was in her singles, Hannah Klugmann looking very secure behind her serve at the moment. Yeah, the serve felt long to me as well. I'm surprised there wasn't a call. Yeah, confirmed. With the finger in the air from the chair umpire.
30-15.
Super dispatch at the net into the space from Holly Smart. So caught aware there. That'll feel a real boost for her serving partner. Yeah, a break of serve to love, and then a hold of serve to 15 for Hannah Klugmann. That'll feel great as the British duo head to the sit down and lead the way in this opening set. Slender advantage, 3-2. Doubles just getting underway on court 7. The reason I keep bringing that up for you is because Brazil and Chile, very relevant because they're all in the same round-robin group as these two nations. Brazil leading that one 2-0 in the singles and just in the opening game of the doubles over there. So we'll keep tabs on that. Excellent point. Craftily engineered. All four players very mobile on the court. These two playing like there's a rope between them. They don't want the rope touching the floor and they don't want it too taut either. An imaginary rope, of course, but it's about playing with a similar distance between you as volleys at all times when you're together at the net, to make it feel like a really infallible wall of solidity to opponents. Got a little tangled with that first volley. It was a terrific return from Holly Smart, right into the right armpit of the server. A little greedy with that one, but I like the idea.
15-30.
It's just such a perfect breeding ground for experiencing young blood, isn't it? In 2018 in Budapest, I called a Spanish team that had Carlos Alcaraz Garcia in it as the number 6 seeds then, Spain. They won the tournament back then 6 years ago in the Davis Cup, of course. Junior. Oh yes, what a turnaround from the two Turks. Awesome rally, one of the best of the match so far. That was great scrambling from the team in red and white. They really enjoyed that one. Terrific from both. And a final forehand here that had so much whip and dip on it. Look at that, excellent play. Yeah, another burly return strike from Klugmann. Now another break point for Holly Smart. a terrific kick serve, loaded with the utmost of spin. That one from the talented Turkey number 1.
Can you send that ball, please?
So it's a sudden death point here, and a very, very big point. Can Hannah Klugmann take advantage, or will it be the Turkish star, Ada Kumru? Well, 22 minutes have unfolded out here on centre court in this Junior Billie Jean King Cup clash presented by Gamebridge. And it is parity on the scoreboard. Opportunity there for the British pairing, unable to take it. Deadlock again. You can see how fun it becomes when you have situations like no let on serve and no ad scoring as well. So Holly Smart, who yielded in her opening service game, can she hold on here at 3-all? Clean as you like from Doggan. Right out the sweet spot of the racket. Look at that, look at it, Smart. Just saw her opponent just nudge to the right. She was down the alley. Leaving the gate open a little. Was a very good serve, wasn't it? Uber vigilant right now is Holly Smart, having conceded, as I say, in her opening game. She is leaving nothing to chance here. First serves as many as she can. Super work with the volley from Klugmann. Did really well there, did Holly Smart, to keep that point alive. The ball had got behind her, but that was a really good service hold and much needed. They keep a slender advantage to Team Great Britain, leading the way 4-3. Yeah, still concerned with that slight little cavity at the back of the court, but very, very way beyond the baseline there. You've got to be very deep in the court to be flirting with that kind of issue. So 3-4, Turkey to serve, first set. Bit of an edgy start to this game from Nahir Dogan. Oh. It was a brilliant drop volley in the end, wasn't it, from the net player? And Hannah Klugmann is an incredible athlete, but unable to get to this one, or certainly do anything with it on arrival. She is fast. Couldn't quite clear the net with that one. But enjoying the challenge nonetheless. So the set hanging in the balance right now. No balls crew, too many courts to monitor. 14 courts of action ongoing throughout the week. Yeah, knowing Ashley didn't want to get caught up too much in that cross-court forehand-to-forehand exchange with Hannah Klugmann. Now here Dogan just missing the final drop shot there, but had a flash at Holly Smart at the net, who remained rock solid. So big point here, break point for 5-3. Yeah, the return just a little too high. Easy pickings that for Kumru. So deciding point, and there's only been one of these so far in the set. That was one earlier by the young ladies in red. Good solid deep forehand return from Hannah Klugmann has become quite a feature in this opening set. They lead the way, do Team Great Britain, by 5-3. Just a service hold will get it done to put themselves halfway home here. They are after a second clean sweep in as many days. Quite a brilliant turnaround from Turkey in that point. Out there scrambling best here. 32 minutes and counting in this opening set. And now momentum in this game falling the way of Turkey. Can they hold on and detain the European favourites? Now here Dogan bisecting the two in the end. She was so alert and so keen with her feet, determined to find a way through. Kumru didn't need to get involved at all. 3 break back points here. Oh, she went big, rolled the dice and just missed its mark, that second serve. So it is indeed Turkey who break serve to love to get back into this opening set. A lifeline has been extended to the team in red and white, but it's still Great Britain leading the way, 5 games to 4. I can tell you that back over on court 7, Brazil against Chile. Brazil 2 love up. They've won the tie, but in the opening set in doubles, they lead the way 5 games to 1. So they're also pushing for what might be a clean sweep. Now these two looking rather chipper after their recent break of serve. They're still in this set. Hannah Klugmann broken for the first time when serving for it at 5-3. So hard to kill the point against the Turks because they're so fast on their feet. They're just excellent at retrieving balls and turning points around. Well, that'll go down as a poor miss from a player of such caliber as Kumru. She has been picking those kind of passing shots off for fun in the singles. And it's given an opening here for the British tandem. Quite brilliant return off the back end down the line from Holly Smart. So now, unable to serve it out at 5-3, Hannah Klugmann has the first of 2 set points on return for the opening set. Still in the set, but hanging by a thread, Team Turkey. First serve required here. Nothing alerts the senses like a break or set point. And there it is. After 37 minutes, the British pairing of Klugmann and Smart snatched the opening set by 6 games to 4. Halfway home for what will be a resounding victory. Team Great Britain looking good.
O bizim değil abi. O bizim o. Abi dış çizgileri açalım mı?
Well, the Brits out first, ready to begin set number 2 as the court gets swept and lined. No water needed as the sun descends pretty quickly around these parts in southern Turkey. Day 2 on what's going to be a wonderful week of junior tennis. A smorgasbord of whatever style you like. There's been 14 live courts of action today, as there will be throughout the week. So the ball's nudged down towards the British pairing. They will resume at the start of set number 2. Can they sustain momentum and see this match off in straight sets? That would be their ideal. That would give them the clean sweep of today's tie. 2-0 up. They've already got the W. Can they put the gloss on it? Yep. It's the trouble, isn't it? As a volleyer on a clay court, you're left a little bit vulnerable because the energy often is with the sort of ground strokers. Good drive or swing volley there on retreat from Doggan. Now, all four players have lost their serve at some stage in this contest. That's a good enough volley from Hannah Klugmann.
30-50.
Well, mid-rally there was that sort of lunge drop shot there that we saw so often in the singles from Ada Kumru. She just sort of throws herself at it and lunges out with the racket well in front of her and pulls an unbelievable drop shot again and again. Now, what can her partner here, Doggan, conjure up here? A little bit of magic needed. Oh, that's brilliant. Doggan finds the line with another piercing backhand strike down the alley. It's a wonderful strike. Deadly accurate. Really backs herself on that. Now, Holly Smart yielded on her opening service game. Can she hold on here? Oh, she's found it. She rolled the dice by going down the line that far wide of the court, but gradually, when many of us thought that ball was going wide, eventually it crept in to the inside of the sideline. Look at that. Beautiful strike and a gutsy one from Ada Kumru. So the Turks get the early break of the Smart serve and huddle together to try and generate more positivity. You feel they'll be playing off probably at this stage for third and fourth place in the group tomorrow against their opponents Chile, and Great Britain will play to top the group against Brazil. Because of course the top two players in the group, which at this stage does look like Britain and Brazil, will both go through. So can Turkey consolidate here? Well, a little bit too big a backswing there. From Nihir. Well, the Brits seem to have found a mark, and the umpire confirms it is just wide. It feels like a wounder when you think you've hit an ace and suddenly you've got to return to the baseline and hit a second serve. Break back opportunities here for Team GB.
Oyun. Büyük Britanya. Oyunlar 1-1. One game sold.
So the break occurs and Great Britain back on terms early in this second set. It's been a very tight doubles this, hasn't it? And Turkey with not a lot to show, to be frank, having just lost out on that opening set.
This first 15 love.
Yeah, that angle volley will do it from Holly Smart. Very nice.
30-15.
It's a brilliant serve. Anytime you can serve firmly up the middle, it's great because you can really activate your net wing player and get them involved. If you serve wide a lot, then generally your net player has to guard the line return. So can't get quite so involved.
Oyun Büyük Britanya.
Another really strong service hold from Hannah Klugmann. Yeah, she
It's 2 games to 1.
muscles to the front again in this tight doubles, leading the way. 2-1 now and a set to the good as well. Hannah Klugmann has won 3 junior doubles titles, all with varying opponents. Won a 500 level event in Merida with Caitlin Quevedo. On clay in Mexico, won in Repentigny as well with Minje Zhu, and a J3 in Barcelona with Nao Nishino. So 2 out of her 3 titles in doubles have come on clay courts for Hannah Klugmann. For Holly Smart, she's won a couple of titles as well, both this year. One on clay, one in hard. Ada, the server, has won 6 junior doubles titles. and 2 of them with today's partner back in 2023.
15, daha 15. Now 30.
Such a perfect breeding ground, isn't it? This kind of high caliber of international team junior tennis. Previous winning teams have featured players who've gone on to excel at the top of the game, including Ashley Barty from Australia back in 2011, Igor Świątek of Poland in 2016, representing the Poles, and Coco Gauff, no less, of course, the recent WTA finals champion in Riyadh. She played for the US in 2018.
Oyun büyük Britanya.
Another break of serve, favouring Team GB. It's been very high level of return games played in this doubles. Momentum still with Team GB here. Leading the way, a set and 3-1 now after 54 minutes of action as Hannah opts to do a little housekeeping.
Out. 15-0. 15 now.
Well, the quality of ball striking off the floor has been right up there between all 4 players. That's why it's tough to hold on to serve here. That's why I think as well you're seeing more players serving and staying back. As Holly Smart elected to do there, Hannah Klugmann felt she had a real good look at that. Unable to control the incoming speed though, and it's Turkey with the upper hand in another return game. Now you've got to be able to mix your direction on serves and keep your returner guessing, or at least keep the weight on that first serve to keep her peg back. Not always easy to do. Take a look how Holly responds. Oh, I thought about wriggling over, didn't it, that one? Dead net cord.
30.
So dangerous when you offer her an angle. Both of the Turkish players. Super kill. Really good net play there from Klugmann.
40-30.
And now a big point here to really slam the door on the energy of the Turks, who have been so buoyant throughout, almost irrespective of the scoreboard situation. Oh, it's an absolute whopper again from the troublemaker, Ada Kumru. She unleashes a fine winning forehand return, bisecting the English pair. It was another venomous strike. Oh yes, really quick thinking there from the British pairing. They hold on again and put a little bit more daylight between themselves and their opponents. It's a set and 4-1 right now as we approach the hour mark on court for this one. Really watchable doubles. It's been fun all the way. Now the Billie Jean King Cup by Cambridge and the Davis Cup expressed their deepest sympathy to the victims and support for the communities and families affected by the devastating floods in Spain and its regions back home. And in a show of solidarity, both tournaments are supporting the relief and recovery efforts and calling for donations to the Spanish Red Cross. Cruz Roya tournament directors Conchita Martinez and Felicio Lopez this week have voiced their support on behalf of both competitions and launched an appeal to the global tennis community. Nice gesture indeed. Hoping that together we can make a difference, they're suggesting. Encourage your fans and followers to contribute as well to the Cruz Roya appeal. Oh, she did all the hard work. Just lying like a casualty there momentarily on the Turkey captain. Funny moment. Knocked herself off balance. So Team Great Britain with 3 more break points here. Oh, she just couldn't quite get the body weight going forwards. The idea was great, though, from Klugmann.
15-14.
And still the Turks afloat in what's been a really fun match to watch.
Oyun büyük bir hikaye.
So Ada Kumru wilts in the end. It's been a long and rough day for her, having invested so much energy. She's having fun right now, and it's great to see because she's let it all out today. There's probably not an awful lot left in the barrel for her, but it's been fun. Here are Great Britain serving for the match.
Sıfır 15. Laf bitti. Wait, please.
Just so loose-wristed. She's so tough to get a read on, isn't she? Both of them.
Laf 30.
Just lays the wrist back and can flick the ball left or right at a whim. So Hannah Klugmann, though she's smiling right now, she won't want her serve broken at this juncture. Oh, lovely crisp put away volley there from Holly Smart.
15-30.
Stamped through that one with assertion. Well, one of the two break points saved.
30-40.
It's been a match played in great spirit, hasn't it? Really, really fun to watch. Particularly that singles encounter featuring Ada Kumru and Mika Stojsavljevic. But it's the Turks that break back just in the nick of time,
5-2 ileride.
keeping the energy up. And they're now trailing 2-5 in the second set with their serves to come. Match time of 1 hour and 7 minutes now. Only 3 of the 14 matches around the grounds have finished already. Still 11 of them active, including this one on centre. Can Great Britain shut the door on Team Turkey, the host nation? So Nahir Dorgan to attempt to keep Turkey afloat. Oh yes, found the hole on the court. And Ada Kumru breaks into hysteria after winning this point. The Brits will feel robbed. Just nudging it down to the space on the court. Very, very well done. Actually, it was Nahir Dorgan that found that hole. Well done. I think they're running short of balls, that's the issue. And Hannah Klugmann, she thought she'd made that bounce smash, but it did indeed spill just long. So 3 game points for Team Turkey as the Dogs watch on patiently courtside. They're very obedient, aren't they? So Turkey hold on, and back-to-back games for them. Remember, Hannah Klugmann served for the match at 5-1, was denied. And these two may be on the comeback trail here. Can Holly Smart shut the door? There's real energy in the Turkey camp right now. Good hustling there from Holly Smart. Especially given the energy that the other two have generated here. Well dispatched.
15, 40, 15. Oyun set ve maç.
And there it is. In the end, Holly Smart and Hannah Klugmann finding a way home. They come through in straight sets against their Turkey opponents. 6-4, 6-3 in an hour and 14 minutes. So just to recap, a win for Hannah Klugmann in singles up first, 6-2, 6-4 over Nihir Dorgan. And then Mika Stojsavljevic with a win over Ada Kumru. And then in doubles, a fine win for Klugmann and Smart against Dorgan and Kumru. So Team Great Britain make the perfect end to Days 2's tie with host Turkey. And it's a 3-love clean sweep going into Day 3 tomorrow. So Great Britain top group 1 going into the last day of round robin action. Brazil second in the group, Turkey third and Chile fourth. There's confirmation of the result. Still plenty to play for on Day 3. It can all swirl around, of course, depending on who wins what. But at the moment, it's 2 back-to-back days of great tennis from Great British perspective, having won both matches 3-0 against Chile on Day 1, Turkey on Day 2. Tomorrow they face Brazil, who have beaten Chile today by probably 3-0, but it's done and dusted just yet. They're still active in their doubles, but so it'll be all to play for, all open tomorrow. But certainly Great Britain in pole position. Turkey will now be scrapping for most likely 3rd and 4th spots in the group against Chile tomorrow. That's how the land lies. Hope you enjoyed our coverage today. It's been a joy bringing this tie to you. But for myself, Paul Hand, I bid you farewell for now, and we'll do it all over again tomorrow. Thanks for your company, and speak to you anon. Bye for now.